Yes, yes, y'all.
It don't stop to the beach, y'all.
Lex, y'all in the building. Oh, I gotta put my splash screen up. I'm tripping. You gotta see it, the whole thing, the whole markup. You gotta make it do what it do. Clicked the podcast in the building, man. It's Friday night, and we have been chilling. We have been doing our thing, and it is amazing. We have a new, amazing guest in the room. I mean, first of all, it's Lex, y'all. Lex in the building. And I'm going to let this lady introduce herself before I ruin her intro. Don't want to do that. Miss Lady, please tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Cliqu'd Nelson. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm 21 years old.
Say your name again, one more time.
My name is Cliqu'd Nelson. I'm a 21-year-old singer-songwriter. And yeah, this is me.
Let's go. We're in the building, man. I just got the chance to meet this lady, and we are in the building. We are doing our thing live. Clicked up the podcast. Like, share, subscribe. Do all the stuff that the dope kids are doing. You know how we do it here. Man, we're about to have some fun. Let me turn down the music a little bit.
The hand claps.
Oh, yeah.
They're so rowdy.
Yeah, man.
They love us.
They're like that. You'll get used to it. So, La Trinity. I like that name. That's dope.
Yes.
You know what? This is a funny thing, and before we get right back into it, like I love black people names. Like I love. My name. My real name is Whitey McWhiterson. And don't worry about that. Don't even.
I just learned it today.
Right.
I'm not allowed to say
It's
after the show.
So white. A white man said your name sounds like an alias. Like so.
What? That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. It's. Look, she laughing. So so it was really so Jive English is what you need to know. Like, share, subscribe to that too. Jive English everywhere. It's only me. So man, we were having a dope conversation, and you guys were talking about what were you guys talking about? Because I had a whole theory.
Was it love? It was like love having. Dang.
What are you doing, lady, ma'am? Oh, she on the phone.
I think it was like love. How love is like has its own meanings. She was saying how like couple therapy.
Well, let's dive in and see what we can wrap our way around it. First of all, I want to clear up a misnomer that this lady gave to you because you just met me.
Not.
Okay.
He is
And I
a
definitely-
love hater.
I am not a love hater.
He is a
I
love
can't.
language hater.
I'm not a love language
But
hater.
why? I want
he-
to.
You're about to learn my perspective, ma'am, if I might.
He doesn't believe in the love language because he's a very logical thinker, and so he thinks that it's like just one part. He thinks that it's one way.
Can I
And it's
tell?
really-
Can I do my
I'll
thing?
break it down after.
No, you know
so
what I'm
I
saying?
can tell you how he's
She's
incorrect.
gonna redoctrinate you. Let me cook.
Go ahead.
Let me cook. This is
Ooh.
my ingredients. You know what I'm
Okay.
talking about? I look at language. First of all, I'm a poet,
Okay. Right.
and I take language very seriously because it's where it's gotten me.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about language, I take it very seriously because the consequences of the consequences of language are very the consequences of language, especially when you're talking about black men, are very, 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 very
Okay. I'm listening.
the consequences of language are very, 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 very well defined for black men. So even the success, like in my life, language has got me where I go. So it's not just it's not just the nouns, it's not just the verbs, it's not just the adjectives, it's not just the prepositions. They all, how I place words has gotten me to where you're comfortable enough to even come here. You see you see what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
consequences are real. So when somebody says love language and they say pick one, I'm like, that's like saying I like English. Pick one, noun, verb, adjective, or preposition. I'm like, you need all those to complete a sentence. So if you're going to have a language of love, it needs to have all the components there, all the dots, the periods, all of the grammatical syntax.
I understand what you're saying.
Let's go.
However, Okay, just like you said, you're a poet.
Uh-huh.
Words, or that's basically like your communication. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes,
I'm a
yes.
singer. I'm a songwriter. That's the same thing.
You right. You ain't saying
So
nothing wrong.
it's literally like that's another version of a love language. Like you speak through poetry, I speak through song.
For sure.
Somebody can speak through acts of service, like literally just buying stuff for you. Somebody can do it by just being around you. Like I don't know, people feel tended to. Does that make sense? Tended to by different things. Like if I
Okay.
bought, for example, if I'm in a relationship, if I bought some one boy a gift 2K,
Right,
he
right,
just
right.
feels like the happiest boy in the world. Oh my goodness, she loves me. Da 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 da. I could buy it for the next person. He don't really care about video games. That's kind of like it's a different love language. He probably prefers me going to like the park and just walking around rather than me getting him something that has money value. You know what I mean?
But so
So
here's where I go, and
does that make
I get what you're
So
saying,
what I
but here's
explained,
where I
so
go.
how I explain it to him, right?
She's
Is
just not gonna let me.
nope, 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 because you had your time.
No, I let her interject. It doesn't mean I lost the
Oh,
floor.
okay. Well, I interjected to you then. So let. So what I was trying to explain to Jive is this: it's like, yes, there are five primary love languages,
right?
but I tell my people, what's your top three? You can't realistically love someone with just one love language.
Of course,
You have to love your person holistically. And I like for people to know what at least are the top three so I can know how to fill your emotional tank.
exactly.
Because I mean, that's what Dr. Gary Chapman had it all about, like filling your emotional tank. You can't fill your emotional tank with just like the nozzle. You need the nozzle, you need the gas, you need the button to press. So at least the top three things to give your relationship what it needs. But not only that, you need to know your attachment style, which
Mm-hmm.
I also explained.
Mm-hmm.
But and he's like, a test to tell me how I don't know. Yes. Yes.
You literally don't know yourself until you actually sit down and learn yourself.
It literally teaches me how you attach to others, how you attach in a general sense, how you attach romantically, and to your parents. And that's what I need as a therapist so I can know how to better help you. And yeah, I'm gonna work on Jive. I'm gonna put my magic on him one day. I'm gonna be like, Jive, sit in my chair.
There'll be no such thing. Heinous.
Do you believe in therapy?
To an extent. You know what I mean? I believe there are psychological conditions created by sociological forces.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But I default to the sociological forces first. Like
Okay.
the pressure that creates the system. Like so it's like and this is an analogy I use all the time. If you drive down the road all the time
Mm-hmm.
and you keep getting flats on this road all the time
Mm-hmm.
and you keep going to the same mechanic all the time, the mechanic has an incentive to make you think of something about your driving and not necessarily the road conditions because it keeps you coming back. You know what I'm saying? And it can become a sort of a gaslighting situation where I make you think there's something wrong with the way you got here
Okay.
rather than the conditions that preceded you even having to get on the road. So the society is the grounds that create the conditions. So yes, are people having psychological conditions? Sure, but in my mind, in my understanding, it's a rational. Your anxiety, your nervousness, your depression is rational given the environment that you're in. It produces you.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And to do it backwards and say you produce your environment is making the minor responsible for the major. You didn't create the world that you were born into. It was given to you and you were forced to adapt and do all these things, but this world is so contrived and synthetic. The barriers for you can watch, especially as a black woman,
Mm-hmm.
a black man, we can watch our white counterparts breeze through things that we have to, muster up courage to overcome and do things in the psychological dissonance that you would have to experience watching somebody look at you and go, "What are you complaining about? I don't understand what's wrong with you."
Mm-hmm.
And you have to walk through this world understanding that the barriers that they just walk past as though they're there are sometimes feel insurmountable. That's your environmental conditions. I don't find necessarily in the stuff that I ingest. that psychologists do enough sociological work to do the do the work to say, look, you are psychologically, you know, harmed, but it's not you. You didn't make this for yourself. Somebody did this. Somebody created this environment for you, which is why when you were saying, I think it's very important for Black psychologists, because they understand the psychological environment that these people have to exist in. I think Black people just know that more inherently than a white person would. So I don't disagree with psychology. I just disagree with it as the one-stop shop.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So sociology, which was my minor in college, to me just paints the picture more clearer. Like, yes, like if I'm a football player and I break my leg, yeah, we could talk about my gait and how I run, and if I have a great running pattern, or if I'm have some sort of whatever, and we can also talk about football as a sport that creates injuries, and go, look, we also need to talk about CTE. We also need to talk about these other things that you don't control, because this is not your thing. It's an environment that you've agreed to interact with. It comes with its hardships, and it comes with its harms. It comes with its hazards. When I hear psychologists talk more about that, then I think I'll be a little bit more open to go, all right, I can hear you. Because I don't think Black people or Black men or Black women are inherently psychologically problematic. There is there's an environment that precedes the condition, and for a reason, because they don't want us to be able to compete in the same market of ideas, the same labor market. They they understand, if we can get this kid, you know, incapacitated literally in literacy by third grade, we can almost predict how many prisoners we're going to have. That's something amazingly sharp and scientific that they're able to do, and we're sitting over here still blaming ourselves for the traps that was set before us.
So that's the reason why I majored in social work, because we do both. We have to learn the psychological background, we have to learn the sociological background. We have to go through all these classes, and it's like a very whole point of view. So when I was like, dang, what should I major in? And then I could either do sociology at Savannah State or social work, and or I could go to Armstrong and do psychology. And I was like, I think I'm going to do social work, because and then when I get into my grad program, we got all these white people in here, and I'm like, where y'all come from? And they come from Armstrong, from the psychology department, because social work is so broad. You can literally do anything, and when people hear social work, they think you take kids. Hell no, I don't. No, I decided to get my license, and that is where I'm like, okay, I could do the most good being fully licensed. So I got my LCSW, and with that, I'm able to help more and more people. But I think that I like helping people of color more, because I do understand. I understand the difference in nature and nurture. I understand different backgrounds. I grew up in Liberty City, but I went to private school, so I got both sides of the fence just a little bit. Like, you get what I'm saying?
I do. I understand.
You can hear it in her language. She's very linguistically articulate.
Thank you for being so facetious, Jive. I really love that.
I hate when people don't. This is why they shouldn't give Black people books.
No, but I really want to get more into reading. Like, I want to be able to read somebody so well that they don't even know what I said. Like, that's what.
Okay, so I promote this book a lot on the episodes. Have you ever read The Four Agreements?
Four Agreements?
Yeah. Oh, shut up. It's a life-changing book.
Yeah, so was the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Relax. Relax.
The Four Agreements.
Yes, because if you've ever been through any trauma, ever felt like you weren't good enough, ever felt like relationships just tore you down, that book kind of puts things into perspective.
So this gives me a question I have.
What?
Because
are you about to be mean to me?
No.
Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
I'm like,
See,
I got you.
It's
I
like
got
a
you.
now that I'm like, what did he call a resident? He is.
I didn't say
he
that, but
lost
I'm
his.
going to
You
say
did
that.
say that.
Did I?
Yes, and it's on camera. He called me a resident, and I think now that he's more comfortable with me,
Mm-hmm.
he forgot his manners. I'm no longer, I guess, you know how black people act when
family.
you be
First
like,
of all, I'm not from down south,
no,
so what I call manners is
he's
not what
like
y'all
the
call
black
manners.
person where you constantly go to their house the first time, and you know they be like, "Oh, would you like something to drink?" They go in the refrigerator. The third time, "I nigga, you from here?
No,
Go
for
in the
real.
kitchen."
Go in
And
the
that's how I
kitchen, like,
feel right
That is
now.
not the
I'm
truth.
opening
That
my
is
own.
not the
I'm
truth.
opening Ja's refrigerator
That is
by
not
myself.
the truth.
Okay.
It's the second time.
Y'all are
It's
hilarious.
the second time.
Y'all are
You came over here twice? No, nigga, I'm not about to. You got a maid over here? No. Nah. You know what stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the first visit was for.
What was your question?
That's
The
what
question was the first. You know what I'm saying?
That's what the first visit was for. He said after the first visit, you was high and dry, like you good.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
I see him be so nice to people when it's their first time, and I'm like, that used to be me.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's how I act to my friends. I'm not gonna lie. Like once I'm cool with you and you have gotten me out my shell, like you family, you get the real me for real.
Yeah, and like, hi, ma'am. How are you doing? Forever? No.
Forever? Yeah, week one.
Yeah,
No,
you
Saturday trial.
got first podcast. Oh, we went up. I made some reels about you and everything. You here
He
now.
was so sweet. He's like, oh yeah, that's just legs. Oh,
So my question is, and I'm doing an interview with her, so I don't want to dig too deep into this because this is one of my questions I have formulated for you. But there has been a weaponization of the language that comes out of psychology and comes out of therapy. And I find that it's wild that people take the language that they learn in your very clinical environment, and then and it's crossed over. So when we hear people talking about
Mm-hmm.
the love languages, when we hear people talking about the gaslighting, this is all language that has been taken from the medical environment that is psychology, and I'm not gonna lie, sound like it's gonna sound, but a lot of women have come out and weaponized that against their men and try to diagnose their relationship with language that was meant for them, for you to investigate you. If I go to the hospital and I have symptoms of a disease, and then they tell me what I got, how wild does it sound that I go out into the world,
go on WebMD,
and then start diagnosing people with my very limited understanding of my personal diagnosis.
So it's funny you say that because back, this is like maybe last year,
Mhm.
I was involved with somebody and he was heavily going to therapy. He made sure to say it. He wasn't, I guess scared to or ashamed of it. That's what I should say. It was one time he found a book that his therapist gave him, and it was like classes of manipulation, being a manipulator. And he went through the book. He allowed me to read it. I was like, "Are you sure? Like, is this okay?" Da 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 da. But he allowed me to read it, and I'm just going through all of it and seeing everything that he, crosses off, and everything that just sounds right to him or sounds right that describes him in a way. And he ends up being, I guess, like a class B, class C manipulator. And in that moment, it's just like, whoa, like there's actually, I guess it was a thing for me, like there's actually something that can tell you what you are. And from there, it's like, where do you go from that? Like, how do you change it? How do you work on it? And then it's also, some people have like narcissism, and I don't know if manipulating is like a gene that you can just get, but I know like narcissist, is it?
So here's the thing: narcissism is a personality disorder,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And the whole thing about it, the whole thing about it is, some people think that just because I'm an asshole, I'm a narcissist. No,
Exactly.
no, they're just sometimes people say they're like, he's a narcissist. Let me tell you why. And I'm be like, sis, he's just an asshole. That's not narcissism. A lot of times we don't understand, and a lot of men think that the woman that they're dating is narcissist. I'm like, no, she's just histrionic or it's
What does that mean?
well, basically, okay. So you ever know the girl that walks in the room that has to be seen, has to
Mhm.
be heard,
Mhm.
always in a boy face, not a girl's girl at all. It's just kind
Yep.
of like a pick me,
Yep.
very much so.
Mhm.
I want the attention on me. The attention can never be on you. Has to be on me.
Right.
That's someone that 9 times out of 10 has histrionic personality disorder.
History.
Um, you have three types of you have three clusters of personality disorder. You have cluster A, B, and C.
Mhm.
Um, Borderline is probably one of the scariest because it's like there's no medication for borderline personality disorder.
Mhm.
But when it comes to narcissists, that that is someone who needs to, okay, my prime example of narcissism is our president. Ugh, I'm sorry. And but that's just because he always has to be right.
Mhm.
He's never wrong.
Mhm.
He has to be the most powerful person in the room.
Right.
Like that is someone who is narcissist. So in a relationship, it looks like
Yes, yes, y'all. What's going
Terrence.
on, folk?
Hi.
Hello, Governor. How are you today?
Hi. How are you?
This is Trinity.
Yes, my name is
You
Miss
broke,
Trinity.
you broke land speed records to get here from Statesboro, my nigga.
But narcissist in a relationship looks like
The
I
only thing there
need to
is,
be right. I'm
Mhm.
going to be right.
Mhm.
And there's
the only
nothing
thing
you can
there is
say.
like
I control the
Malibu.
relationship. You cannot control the relationship,
Exactly.
And that's scary.
Yeah. If I'm being honest,
Very abusive, mentally abusive.
There
yes,
might be
that's what
something
I feel
left
like
in
I was
that
in
ENJ
for
that
going on
that
4 years of my life.
that
Which was one of the reasons why I did what like did the set that I did today,
mhm.
because I took the time to actually heal myself these last 6 to 8 months, and it was literally like, I don't want to sound cliche, but like life changing in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
I started at 238 pounds. I've lost at least like 60 pounds since
You look
then.
amazing.
Thank
Stress
you so
will do
much.
that to
Yeah.
you.
So, and then with that, I had brain fog. I couldn't think about writing songs. I was crying every day. I found myself walking to get away from the person. I found myself literally like just doing things that seemed normal but weren't my norms to be okay. And from there, I realized I'm like, I don't really know what this narcissist thing is, but I think I'm in one. Like,
So gaslighting is a little different, right?
mhm,
So gaslighting is probably what you were in because most manipulators gaslight.
yeah,
And that is where, let's say you walk into the room and uh he like rolls his eyes or something like that, right? And you're like, "Oh, why did you roll your eyes just now? Are you okay?" "I didn't roll my eyes. What are you talking about?"
mhm,
And you're like, "I saw you." I'm like, "No,
yeah,
you didn't see me. I didn't do that." See, this is what happens when you always overthinking stuff. But
yeah,
you literally just rolled your eyes. That's gaslighting is something that literally happened, but not taking accountability and making it seem like you're wrong instead of them.
mhm,
And when it comes to relationships, I'm like, there's, I mean, I can go on and on about relationships, but communication, I think, is just the key to it. And
yeah,
healing, you have to be healed in order to have a healthy relationship. I just
yeah,
had a couple today. I'm like, listen, you need individual counseling because this isn't going to work if
yeah,
you don't get individual counseling because
mhm,
what I need to do with you can't be done with both of y'all in here.
yeah,
There's like, okay,
Hey, hold on. Are we already started?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Hey, let me ask.
if you stop being black and be on time
Well,
once in a while.
hey, but let me ask you this question though, because I that word healing just makes me cringe
So
a
he
little
is an unhealed
why?
specimen. He has.
No,
Can you
he is not alone. You are not.
Cause you know what I think about when they say that? I think of like childish shit. I think of like a fighting game or
Why?
in Dragon Ball Z, like you eat a sensu bean and now you're back healed after all your wound. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like, what the fuck are we? What is healed?
Okay, so let me explain it to you how I break it down to the men in my practice, right?
I
All
need
right.
to hear this.
All right. So imagine imagine you cut your leg open,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um on accident, of course. So imagine your leg is cut open. All right. So if you're, let's say you're in a relationship, all right? Okay, keep that in mind. You're in a relationship. So here's what I'm going to say to you. Imagine you cut your leg open and it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now you got a wide open wound.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just, they say time heals all things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So if time heals all things, we just going to leave it alone. What's going to happen to it? If we
Gonna
leave
get an infection.
it's gonna get an infection. You're gonna get sepsis. You're probably gonna die. Like it's going to hurt you. You're still gonna be in pain. We need to clean it. We need to either get stitches. We need to heal from that cut. So that's just like a relationship. We can't act like relationships don't leave wounds. Relationships hurt when they most of the time when you're in a serious relationship and it ends, that shit hurts. So you have to heal from that hurt. You have to grow from that hurt. You have to grow from that pain. My last relationship was 2 years, broke my fucking heart. I lied to you not, but I had to keep going. And I'm healing from it because I'm like, okay, what went wrong in this relationship? Okay, well, they did XYZ, but I did one, two, three.
Mm-hmm.
How can I go ahead and start fixing myself because I want to love again? I want to feel love again. I want to be in love. So I want to make sure the next person that I go to don't get this broken version of me. I want to make sure that I'm healed and that I'm okay to love again and for them to love me correctly and for me to love them correctly. So when I say heal, I'm not talking about kid thing like, oh, you're not healed. When I say you're not healed, I say I see hurt in you that maybe needs to be addressed. I'm never saying that it's like a childish thing, but everybody hurts. Men hurt, women hurt, everybody gets hurt once in a while. But how am I healing? There's a lot of people that I ain't ready for a relationship because that last one took me out. I'm done.
That's
Okay,
me. I be
but
saying it all the time. I'm not gonna lie. I am quick to be like, yeah, I'm not ready. I'm done with love. Da 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 da. But deep down in your heart, you know, you still want something. You want a companion to at least like to get you. You want your person. Like it's normal.
and see with hurt like that, that's where we break it down and we're like, okay, what happened in your last relationship? Let's
Mm-hmm.
talk about the major key points.
Exactly.
What did they do? All right, what did you do?
Exactly.
Let's really vibe out. Let's talk about it. And then when we do that, be like, okay, do you think you deserve that? And they'll be like, no, I don't think I deserve that. I don't think they deserve that. And that's where I come in
Mm-hmm.
so we can grow together in that sense, and get you ready for your next one.
No, right. And that's literally yeah.
So what I think, what I'm hearing, which is interesting, like first of all, like from this perspective that I have, like when I hear the word, like phrase like "who hurt you," "you're unhealed," you're really attacking my stasis, my state right now. If you think about any animal, when you point at what is wounded on them, they get defensive. So when you are quick to just say you're unhealed, and then you see a defensive posture, then that means you haven't properly articulated in a way to allow somebody to address whatever it is you probably see. I'm not you're a professional, so I'm not going to take that away from you. But we are much more quicker to throw these types of language at black men in a very pejorative sort of way, like you're broken. That's what we hear. And it's like, no, because being broken means being weak, and being weak means being vulnerable, and being vulnerable leaves you open to attack.
I don't really
So
think being broken means being weak.
when you're a man,
Well,
Yeah.
So,
see,
that's where the male ego comes
yeah,
into
like
play.
I don't like
But
that.
but he always thinks I'm attacking the male. I'm really not. Male ego is a thing, but I don't
but
just
that's
tell.
not the only
But
thing.
I don't just tell men that they're. I don't say oh, who hurt you. I say that to women too.
But
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 you
you
know-
understand that women don't put it where men put it, and if you think that the only place that men put their defense mechanism is in front of their ego, then I think that you're still doing a disservice. I put my defense mechanism in front of where I've loved and been harmed. I put my defense mechanism where I was a child and been harmed, just like anybody else. And if I don't conform necessarily the same exact way we've normalized female responses to that language, then you're gonna call him egotistical when he's just as harmed and just as fragile in the same exact places, and calling it his ego when men have integrity, men have dignity. I I'm not.
y'all don't have
We
any
don't
of those
call
things.
black men. We don't say, "Yo, you have dignity." We say you have an ego.
No, 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 no.
Let's go.
First off, if I am telling you like, oh, it seems like somebody hurt your, it seems like someone broke your heart. We should talk about it. And you, no, ain't nobody broke my heart. I'm gonna get.
What you all defensive
What is
for?
that? That's not just a defense. That can also be considered ego because when are you going to put it to the side and be like, you know what, hell yeah, somebody did break it, and let's talk about it. A woman would be like, you know what, sis, actually,
But you're
Yeah.
my
talking.
heart
But you're
is broken.
talking about two different.
But I understand that
Okay.
there's two different genders. But then you don't want me to tell a man that he has his ego right there, but you want me to treat y'all the same. Like I'm confused.
I never said that.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say this.
Go ahead.
And this how I feel. And like I said, this is just how I feel. I personally feel like a man don't even prioritize his personal life. Like, so I'm saying that to say that, like, I feel like with women, like, you check on them when their personal life is not going well because that's what women prioritize. I feel like with men, I'm checking on a man when his career isn't going how he wanted to go because that's when his fucking head is gonna be fucked up the most. It's not when his personal life. You can find a nigga with four baby mamas, eight kids, and he happy as a fuck. Long as he got the money to take care of all these people. And so for me, when I hear, "Oh, you're broken," like, how the hell am I broken on something I'm not even prioritizing?
So you would be so amazed at how many black men sit in my chair and they be like, I was just telling her, I ain't got nothing to say. I don't even know why I'm here.
Mhm.
And then by the end of the hour, y'all getting the tissue talking, man, all right. You all right? Yeah. Because there's so much that y'all hold in that y'all feel like y'all have to hold in and y'all don't talk about because y'all don't feel like, number one, y'all don't feel like nobody care. Number two, what's the point of complaining? And I understand that. I understand that mindset. But at what point are you going to lay down your burdens? Please, please.
Because the consequence for emotionalism for black men is not the same for black women. When being emotional makes you more of a woman.
But who
It
told
makes
y'all
you
that though?
the whole society. This is why we're talking about earlier.
Societal
The
norms.
society as a whole
But-
had put a different like the person who has to go out and protect
Mhm.
and provide can't wait until they feel like it to do it. They can't wait until they're centered to do it.
And see, that's the problem,
ahead.
in my opinion. I feel like we're getting so caught up in these social norms. I feel like we're letting social norms dictate us. That's weird to me, in my opinion. As a man, you have to be emotional in order to be a man, and that's just how I see it. You have to be respectful. You have to being a person in general. You have to have some type of emotional intelligence. Like that is the only way that you can go about life, in my opinion.
I don't necessarily disagree, but okay, and this is I think because this room uh this room attracts some of the more I would say enlightened and thoughtful people. But and I say this 1,000 times just like she talks about her book, we're not where we're at in society because everybody thinks like that.
Right.
So it's obvious that most people, like I remember I went to this girl's house that I liked, and we were talking, and we just happened to start talking about gender norms, and we brought up men crying, and she literally said to me, "This is an average person. She lives here in Savannah," and she was just like, I was like, "Well, what happens if a man cries to you?" And she was like, "If somebody didn't die, he's a faggot."
Oh shit!
And-
Just like that, like,
Then
and
at
she
that
didn't- and
point,
she
you
would-
remove
But
yourself
see-
from the people around you.
Right.
But this is what I'm
Because
saying. But there's more people like her that are not.
then you
So-
don't surround yourself with those type of people. You literally, I
Okay.
believe in, if you
Okay.
continuously go through life the way that you need to go, you put in good in the world, you'll get good back. I believe if you Jesus walked alone. He literally walked alone until people came for him. People who was meant for him came to him. He didn't go looking for nobody.
Right.
So I told y'all this time and time again. We have to be a safe space for black men, for
Yes.
black people in general, but especially black men because especially in relationships.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a girlfriend or if you have a wife and you try to talk to them and you become emotional with them and they call you names, they say, "Oh, you pussy ass, you bitch ass," leave because
They
they
never cared.
don't respect you. They're not respecting you. If anything, your woman should be your safe space.
That's the
Your
bulk
man
of the
should be your
women
safe
out here,
space.
though. Y'all do know that.
And but that's the okay, and I keep telling y'all,
That's
it's
the bulk of the women out here.
it's the caliber of women that y'all are talking to. When I tell you, most of my friends are not calling their man bitch ass nigga, pussy, whatever. They are not. That's the women that y'all attract. And now you have to figure out and sit with yourself, why am I attracting this type of person constantly? Why am I not attracting someone that cares about my emotional well-being?
But
And
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this at least for myself, cause I ain't gonna lie. I don't agree with all that. Not speaking and not talking. I don't know. I don't know what type of dudes these is. Cause if I can't talk, I'm about to get the hell on. Like, cause communicating is how I operate. If I can't communicate, if I can't talk to you, this shit probably not gonna work. So therefore, like, being around a woman and she's not, I feel like women create that space for men to be able to communicate and talk or whatever. But if I'm around a woman and she not, like, her dick bigger than mine, this shit ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work out.
But then a lot of people don't know how relationships work in the first place. I didn't know how the relationships worked in a long time. I thought, I could get what I want just by cussing somebody out. That is not how relationships work, and I had to learn that the hard way. So
but hold on, slow down, because you just saying what I'm saying right here, right? Because you saying that the women don't respect us, but you also just said that you didn't know how they work. So you were cursing dudes out, thinking that this is
because that's what I saw growing up.
But that's what I'm trying to tell people. Okay, like what I had to realize was, I saw my grandma curse my granddad out. I saw my mama cursing her people out. I saw my aunties cursing their people out. I see my sisters cursing they people out. So for a long time, dating aggressive women was what, like, it looked
what
normal.
You
know what I'm saying? Look normal. It didn't look like it was a big deal until one day I'm playing the game and I'm just hearing some wild shit come out this woman's mouth. Like,
hey, yo, Bars, I see you in the chat. LaShawn says, Lex, love your hair color.
Thank you, girl. I just changed it yesterday.
Oh my God.
And also she said, I want my man to cry to me. I've had many men cry to me, friends, family, and coworkers. So here's the thing. I don't discount that. I've, in very minute sections of my life, I found that space in women. I typically, if I gotta cry, I do it by myself. Because again, and we can get in the weeds or whatever, but in real life, in real time, you know what I'm saying? What is the consequence for a man showing his weakness?
Right.
What are the odds that I run into either one of you? Yes, ma'am, we got you. What are the odds?
Right.
Like so am I just in the same analogy that Muhammad Ali talked about, the 10 lions coming at you? One of them is going to be is fine. What are the odds I picked the right one? Right. I have zero idea if they all look the same, they all sound the same, they all talk the same, they all.
Are you talking about women?
Yes.
So first off, we all don't look, sound, or talk the same.
You. I was actually like, wait, what?
Wait, Pop, back up. You be youing.
Wait, no, but I understand her, because no, we don't all look the same. We don't all sound
from somebody else's perspective. That's what we have to do. You have to be able to decenter yourself and then go, how am I being? What is the society that is creating his lens? Does he?
For us with men though?
For sure. But when we are talking about this perspective, right? Again, you have to decenter. When you're talking about how men see women,
right?
When we start looking for, because everybody talks about pattern recognition, we start seeing patterns just like women see patterns. And if I start seeing that you two have more in common than you have apart, and I see that she might be a amazing psychologist, but she still hangs out with these birds.
Right.
She still calls herself a girl's girl, just like these birds. You feel me? You using the same language. How am I supposed to discern the difference?
Okay, so there's sorry.
No. Let's let the new guys go first. Go.
Okay, so one thing I just would like to. Can we stop with these words that we call women, or even with the way women talk about men?
Let's go.
It's like the birds, the hoes, no, not at all.
You don't think it's birds or hoes out here?
I mean, you can be dumb, but why am I comparing?
You don't think it's birds or hoes out here?
So
it's disrespectful. It's really disrespectful. if we're going to try to change social norms, we need to start within ourselves. Why are we continuously calling people birds? Why are we continuously calling people hoes? Even calling men niggas. They're men.
You don't.
They're boys.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
I'm so like.
I mean, I feel what she's saying. I see where she's going.
I get what you're saying, but you do realize there's some hoes out here, right? You do
that is
realize
true, but that doesn't mean that we have to call them that.
Who we gonna call them?
Yeah.
Mind your business. Mind your business. That's a woman. That's a female.
I literally got on Facebook today, and I was just scrolling, and I saw a woman sucking the dick on Facebook.
How many? Okay.
What am I supposed to do?
On Facebook?
On Facebook.
On Facebook. I don't know. Mark, listen, Mark, I don't know. He might be taking a nap or something, but Facebook been getting wild. I've been seeing a lot of stuff
on Facebook, like regular Facebook.
I've been seeing full-blown coochies on Facebook. Why are y'all doing?
What's the social norm here?
Well, actually, it's the men that's sharing it, and I'm very disappointed in y'all.
I'm not gonna lie.
But
like,
this is
hold on. One at a time. Go, bro.
This is all I'm saying, right? I'm saying what I will say for me personally, what help me with dating. I don't put myself out there. I focus on who I am and whatever I attract. My dating life has got tremendously better, and it's not got better like it's going anywhere. I'm not saying like I'm getting married soon or some shit like that. I'm saying like I can listen to a woman now and know, oh, this shit ain't for me. You know what I mean?
Like, that's healing. That's what healing gets.
But I gotta disagree. That's where it get a little cringy because how is healing identifying what it's not saying because this is how I feel about people. Y'all know the game Tetris, right? Y'all know what Tetris is, right?
Yeah.
They're pretty much just a block, just moving it around to shape it to another block, right? I feel like people aren't bad. I don't think people are bad. I think you just not for me. You know what I'm saying? You just don't fit. You don't, because here's the thing. It is some dudes that also talk to their woman with disrespect.
For sure.
And so if you run into a man that talk to you like that, you're a woman that talk like that, y'all might be a good combo for each other. It might be bitch ass niggas going out through y'all house. But for me, when I'm talking to a woman, I've never called a woman out of her name. So I know if that's how you talk to people, that's cool. But I realize that's your energy that you want to carry. That's you're not, whether I'm in your life or not, you're still going to walk around with these niggas ain't shit energy. Like,
but you also have to understand that's what the importance of caliber. Like there is so, and I keep bringing.
I just before you say this, LaShawn said something to that. You have to choose, and she's speaking to what you're saying. So I just want to add this to it. You have to choose to want a different caliber of woman. Not all women are that aggressive. Majority, yes, but you have to. I'm gonna construct a sentence. But you have to believe that you deserve that, and you will receive what you want. I'll just put that away.
So the reason why healing is so important is because you attract the people that you attract are drawn to you for a reason. So if you become healed, the people that I have dated has gotten better because I've gotten better. Because
okay, now I remember the thing in the beginning. I got
the people that I've dated has gotten better because I've gotten better. You have to be what you're looking for. And I really do believe, like, let's say I'm wondering why I'm dating street ass niggas, right? And I'm like, damn, why I keep getting hurt? Why I keep getting cheated on? Why I keep da-da-da-da? Because I haven't elevated myself or elevated the people that I'm around. So that's important. I mean, it's kind of needed. So if you want class A, you have to be class A. You have to be what you're looking for. Right. I believe that if I want somebody who don't yell, who don't curse, who treat me like the woman I'm supposed to be treated like, then I need to treat my person like that too. I need to be up to par as well. Right. A lot of people are not what they're looking for.
But here's my thing, and I don't disagree with anything. But to add into it, Shrimp said, "I just tuned in, but I know Lex be capping."
No, I don't. I don't listen. It's a vibe over here. Okay.
So no, here's the thing. So here's my belief, right? And y'all were talking about Martin Luther King and all these great leaders, whatever, and even Jesus. They all got killed, right? Oh. So, and I say that to say, like it's not just. If you do positive things, only positive things will come back to you. There are people who viciously attack those things, right?
Of course.
So in my assessment, good and bad people want you for the same exact reason.
Yes.
It's their intentions that you have to be able to assess properly. I don't think discernment is some like natural force that you just get because you turn or you are or whatever. Like
It's something you learn for
you
sure.
you have to like when you're a detective and you practice, inductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, and you start to understand how that works, then you can start skipping steps and go, that's what they call, intuition. But it comes from understanding this disciplines first. And I think people use the word discernment like it's some magical gift that you just get
Mhm.
because you believe. Like I don't like it's like Care Bear shit. I don't you just open your chest and it just comes out of you.
Oh
It's
God.
weird.
Oh Lord.
But it's like when you have to understand, like we were talking about lights, everything wants to be in the light. There are very few things that like cringe from light, like mushrooms maybe or some shit.
Vampires.
Uh,
Oh, sorry. Go
this is
ahead.
why.
Go
This
ahead.
is why.
Go ahead.
All
Sorry.
right, here we go. So you know what I'm saying. So there are oh, you just have to be what you attract. There are complementary energies, right? So even when you're talking about the cellular level, the molecular level, protons, neutrons, electrons, they're complementary energies.
Mm,
They attract each other. The positive attracts the negative in order to balance itself.
mm.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that there is somebody out here who is using your positivity to try to balance themselves.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
for sure.
they got negativity all over them, and you over here looking for positivity, and you don't attract that with all that positivity. Unfortunately, there are more people who are attracted to positive energy with their negative energy because they're trying to find their balance.
Hmm.
They're
Mm.
trying to find their stability. If you're negative as a woman and the negative qualities is you don't have any structure, you don't have any balance, you don't have any financial literacy, and I'm over here making six figures, guess what I look like? Balance.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm destructive, if I don't know how to treat women and every woman is a hoe and you're just this nurturing and inclusive human being, guess what you look like to me? Balance.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Just as much as the guy who does understand their balance and does come complete, so to speak, they're seeing you too. But we have to understand that there's something exciting about the friction that happens when positive and negative comes together. We get excited about that. There's
Mm.
something historically I've liked about problematic women. This is the reason why I kept dating them. There was
Right.
something about it that was exciting. The energy that got released when we came together was something that I lived for.
Toxicness.
Yeah, you could call it that for sure. You see what I'm saying? But there was so in analyzing, like you were saying, like I want to be able to read people. I think the best read is the one of ourselves.
No, no,
You
no, no,
feel me?
no.
So,
Read people to
like
the way that they
behavioral.
can't, like, they don't know
Okay.
what I'm saying. Like, I
Okay.
want to choose my words correctly. I can read somebody. That's not no problem. It's just the way that I go about it. Like, do I have to say what I?
Okay.
It's just like it's a smarter way to do it. You know what I mean?
No, I
You
get
wanna
you.
you wanna speak to them in a way that'll make them really think and
Yeah,
listen to you. So
yeah.
I get that.
I've heard the term. My words carry deep meaning. Like my words can hurt. I can literally.
Yeah, you didn't
The tongue is
notice,
powerful.
but she and I didn't say this to you, and I didn't want to say this, but I'm gonna say it. You didn't see her. She's an amazing singer,
Oh yeah.
like amazing. Like,
Mhm.
hold on. Yo, I mean, like, and I'm gonna say this now. I literally like. There are moments in your song I got chills a little bit. I was like, oh
Thank you.
shit, like
Right.
that was
Mhm.
her rendition. She did the song
So
So
into
so
you.
into you by Tamia. I forgot
Oh
her
to
name.
yeah.
me, I
Tamia.
mixed it with Power Trip and This Is Why I Love You.
And the way she did it, it was just like, yo.
Oh y'all played it. Y'all played
No,
it.
no, no, no.
She
We were at an event. Remember I told you I was at an event,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
I met this lady here.
Oh shoot! You invited her right after the
but
event.
yeah,
Well, we no, we talked. We just happened to talk.
And she was interested in
Yeah, I was.
podcasting.
Oh okay,
Yeah.
okay, good. Dope, 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 dope.
but also the second was it this yeah, it was the second song. I really like that one.
Oh,
What
your
song?
handmade songs are like
Um
Thank you.
crazy.
the one about the cycle. Like
Um.
God was it God get me out the cycle or
Oh, okay.
I really
That
like that one.
was that was my song. Letter to LeVay. That was Cycles is a song from Jonathan McReynolds. So I was literally just trying to figure out how am I finna do this set, and I'm like, like this song is deep. Like it's a deep behind song. I wrote it at my deepest point, and I'm like, I want to give some type of, you know, I can't give too much to you, but what can I give to you right now? And it's like my gift, my voice, the voice that you gave me, I can give back to you and lift you up with that. So yeah, so I just decided to put that in, and then the whole song in general, it's genuinely a letter. Like all I could do is like, where am I at? I found myself like so straight away from myself. Like when we had the conversation beforehand, like I literally was not myself at all. And I'm just sitting, I'm writing, I'm like, come back. Why can't you write songs? Where are you at? Like, I need you, I miss you. Where you like, come on. So I wrote it, I put it in my little drafts, and I didn't touch it because it's like that was such a vulnerable song to the point where if I share it with somebody, like you have to hear me. I'm not just singing this to perform. I'm singing this so you can hear me. And once this opportunity came about, I was like, I gotta pull it out. I gotta pull it out, and that's literally what happened.
I think
Amazing.
But
that's
thank you.
Yeah,
I think
she
that's
really killed
where
it.
the issue with bad relationships when it ends, we don't know who we are.
Yeah.
We don't know who we are no more. And
Mhm.
it's kind of like now we have to find our new norm. And we think back to before that person, we be like, damn, I used to be so happy. I used to be this, I used to be that. And it's like they took something from us, but we also gained something. We
Yeah.
gained a bigger sense of self.
Yeah.
We gained more protection.
Mm-hmm.
It's more that than we gained than we lost. You
For
just have to
sure.
find it.
Exactly that. And that's something that I've realized. I'm now just realizing it. I can't lie. Like I there was countless nights where I'm just like, dang, but what did I do? Like what did I do to deserve this? Why did you have to treat me like this, but you're so okay with treating other people like with the
Like queens.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like for okay.
Fuck you.
For
Hurt my
example,
friend.
like I went through a 4-year situationship. Never made it official at all ever.
It was 4 years.
It was 4 years.
Ooh,
It, it
that
was
sounds
four
like some
years.
pimping right there, boy.
Yo.
And honestly, that's literally what it was. It was something that I didn't see. I had deeper feelings for the person who didn't have deeper feelings for me, but they masked it very well and like manipulated me in a sense to stay. And because I fell, so like,
Were y'all spending
eh,
holidays together?
man, I'm talking about twin XL. We in the beds, we doing everything. Like just us. It felt like I was living my own life. Like I think that's another thing what it was. It's like I had somebody to myself. And
In a
it's a deep
situationship?
Hold on, what you mean twin
So
it's a deep
XLs? What is that?
so
college.
basic
That's college stuff.
so basically right, it's like we're in a relationship, but nobody he never asks like, "Will you be my girl?" It's just what's said don't have to be what's understood don't have to be said type of
Exactly
thing.
that. And it started when I was 17. It
I mean,
literally
obviously you're 21. So, I mean, like,
right. But I just have to say
Oh,
that's
okay.
where
All right. All right.
you
All
know what
right.
I'm saying? I was young. I was
Oh,
young
okay.
and I
Okay.
also was just getting out of another quote quote relationship, my first ever quote quote relationship, and he cheated on me with like 3 different people. So I
Oh, okay.
found
Okay. All right.
right. So I found another person who kind of like gave me what I needed, told me the things that I wanted to hear, let me confide in them. They confided in me, and
mhm.
that's how it went. We literally just kept, doing what we do. And there was a point in time where I'm like, dang, this is literally hurting me more than it's helping me. But why do I stay? Like I have poems on top of poems. I can read one if you don't mind. Just about my time with him. There was a point where I wanted to end it, and I was so scared that I masked it as a poem, but it was really my goodbye. But when I actually told it to him, he made it seem like I was wrong. He made it seem like it was all my fault, so it allowed me to stay more.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think if I don't know who you are as a person, but you seem
Right.
genuine. You seem honest. You seem like, especially in your first couple of relationships, you're definitely gonna be like your
Like
best
all
foot
in.
forward. Shit, yeah.
Right. But
And
actually, no. I was actually very mean to my first one. I can't even lie to you because that's all I
Hold
said
on, but
growing up.
when was your hold on, because I think they just jazzing this shit up for you. Okay, I think first of all, I'm gonna tell you this right now. It's more pain than strife out here. I want you to know that for sure. It ain't a happy road out here in
Oh, you
these
ain't got to
streets.
tell me that. I'm 21, but I've lived a life. Trust. I know a lot. I've seen a lot. I've been through a lot.
I guess for me, it just sound like how do I want to say this? I feel like experience life is about experience and growth, but also
Hmm.
people can't limit how we grow. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Yeah, for
And you
sure.
can't limit your experience. So like a lot of shit gonna happen, but some of this shit is like when you like you the things you talking about right now. You look at it 10 years, you gonna be like, damn, I needed that experience though.
I'd say it right now, and it happened 4 years ago.
Right.
So here's the crazy thing, right? I remember like people like I remember being 21, and I remember thinking like you think, and I remember thinking, oh, I'm a lot older now, and I realize I didn't know shit. Like compared to what I've experienced and know now, there's leagues of stuff. Like, and I'm not taking anything away from your experience,
Of course.
but you've just gotten started. And
I
here's the trick, right?
Just
I don't know if you guys have ever played this little game, game that I was in church and they played the game. And the game is this, right? They give you a piece of paper. You got to read the instructions and you got to do the stuff on the paper, right? And I remember, you get the paper, you run at it, and it started to tell you to do silly stuff in the room. Go over to the corner and stand on your head and go over there and try to find a paper clip or some stupid shit. And then you go around and the person that gets done first wins. And you start seeing people sit down, but you was like, no, you didn't do the thing I just did. And then you start looking at the paper, and at the top of the paper, it says the instructions are don't do anything below this line. But you didn't follow the instructions. And you went through, and then to my chagrin, like I got like to 9, like out of 10. And everybody's just who always sat down is like busting out laughing. And I'm embarrassed, right? Because when I finally do look at the paper, I realize I have just like embarrassed myself. But that's the truth about this path, right? None of this stuff is to be done, right? Don't do anything you're about to do next. And we skip that part and go do everything next and spend the next 10, 15, 20 years doing everything that you were told to not do at day one.
Right.
And then all of a sudden I'm so understanding and I get it now. You get that you weren't supposed to be doing any of this. And I remember my uncle, I had a big thing that happened to me. And he said, well, what did you learn? And I was like, I learned you can't trust niggas, and I learned this, and I learned that. He said, no. I bet you learned that you could have gone your whole life without this lesson and still been the same person.
You think that?
Yes, because the shit that happened to me, I didn't need. Why do I need that? Like, and I'm not going to go into the story, but no, I didn't need it. There's a lot of, like, when you look at word problems, there's a lot of superfluous information that we end up not understanding how to read life, and we start adding things that you're supposed to subtract out. Like, that information doesn't matter. If you got 3 apples and 4 green, and then her purple shirt, what the fuck does the purple shirt have to do with the apples and the oranges? It's just information.
I think that I ain't gonna lie. I get what you're saying, but I gotta disagree. I gotta disagree because I feel like at the end of the day, everything got cause and effect.
Yeah.
And everybody got desires.
Yes.
And if you try to hold them desires in, them shits is gonna squeeze out. Boy, at some point you go, I feel like we like sponges. You know what I'm saying? We can soak in water, but the moment you touch that sponge, shit gonna start squeezing out. So whatever it is that you want, you're gonna like as soon as that shit become a thought, it's only gonna be a thought for so long before you start doing it.
Unless you have some sort of go ahead. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna take it to the psychological perspective just for a second. So you have the id, the ego, and the superego, right? And so the id is known as like the pleasure principle. Like that's the I gotta have it, I want it. That's in our subconscious. That's like kind of like the devil on the shoulder, right? And then you have the superego, which is like the angel. That's kind of like, okay, the moral principle. Like, well, I know I should do this. So let's say I say, oh, okay, I want to start a diet, right? The id is gonna be like, but there's a meat lover's pizza right here. We could just get a slice. My super ego is gonna be like, but there's also a protein shake that we could just go ahead and drink that, and it could fill us up. And then I have the ego, and that is like the decision maker. That kind of lets us know what we should do, right? And so the ego is gonna be like, well, I could probably meet this in the middle. I should probably go ahead and have my shake for lunch, and then maybe for dinner, depending on my snacks and things during the day, I can have that piece of slice for dinner. Whatever. But the ego makes the decision. So if your subconscious is so strong to kind of take control over your superego and your ego, then we have a bigger problem. That means we have a lack of self-control. And if we have a lack of self control, then why? You know, so things have to happen to you for a reason. I tell everybody, listen, what you go through is a reason for it, and it makes you who you are today, good or bad. So if you go through some bullshit, guess what? That bullshit made you who you are. You learned something from it. You gained something from it, and you might have went through some shit. You might have had to sit down for a little bit, but guess what? You're bigger and better than when you were when you started.
I feel like when I listen to you, Lex,
Oh,
I be like,
okay.
okay, all right, and then as soon as you about to stop talking, I start cringing. I be like, oh, I don't know what you just said, Sam. I got it.
Why do they treat you like this?
Because they niggas.
Like, I don't get
Full
it.
blown niggas.
I don't
The
get it.
niggatry in here is crazy.
She just be using words.
No, my shit mean
No,
shit,
she
nigga. What are you
actually-
talking
she's
about?
making perfect sense. I just don't think y'all understand.
No,
it.
I'm not saying that I don't understand. I
Okay.
completely understand. It's just the certain some of the words.
What's the
that's
cringy
being-
part?
So let me
He
let me
doesn't
preface you.
understand
How
7-letter
it
words.
look like-
No, first of all, he pretends to not be able to read good, and he's a college nigga.
No,
So-
but it's not. It's okay. This is what I'm saying. It's not that. I'm saying that.
Which part was cringe to you?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
like the end of what you was just saying.
Can you tell me what she
The
said?
self control part?
The self control part, right? Because
Okay.
like I said, people have desires. You get what I'm
So,
saying?
but
Yeah,
but
but you-
I agree with her. Like, but if you don't have self control, then self control for me, self control comes by way of discipline. If you are not discipled to a higher order of thinking other than your desires, then your desires are your God.
right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
If
saying?
you
So
allow your subconscious to take control of who you are and what you want, then do you really have self control?
No.
But this is what I'm trying to say though. I'm trying to say I don't think the average person has that. I think that the average person, like I say, everything is cause and effect. So once you do something and you learn, okay, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I don't buy pussy, right? I don't pay for pussy right now. I
Right
used
now-
to.
Right now is crazy.
Right.
Right now
But,
is
but
crazy.
y'all gotta let me get to what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell
go
y'all.
ahead.
Y'all gotta let me get to what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Right now.
But I don't buy pussy right now. But it was a phase where everybody I was around, where it was like a thing, like let's do. And I was remember thinking like, why the fuck is like we can fuck women for free? Why do we want to do this? And it was just a thought. It was a thought. Then it became a website link. Next thing I know, I'm just chilling late night. Shit, hold on, I can buy a quick V. That's what they call it, a QV. A QV. You can get a QV at 2, 3 in the morning.
I'm
type
looking
shit.
at you with one eye up.
And guess what? Once I did it, once I realized how the process go, that's when I started realizing, okay, this is an experience. It's an
You did
experience.
what? You brought some.
I don't. What the fuck? I'm
Oh,
telling you right now.
okay.
I don't do it no more.
You,
I don't do it no more. But I don't do it no more because I know the cause and effect. First of all, I am more emotional than I think. So I like to get my coochie and get and cuddle and get felt on, get my stomach rubbed a little bit. You go buy some coochie, them bitches is kicking you out. They got to get ready for the next nigga. So learning shit is a part of life. That's what I'm trying to say.
But here's to my point, though. I've been on this planet for 45 years. I don't know about that, and I'm still me. I didn't need to know none of that.
But that's
But
what I'm
also-
trying to say. It
but
probably
so-
was
but-
never. I believe that people have.
You feel what I'm saying, though? Like,
but what
I
I'm saying,
believe
but you
that-
just you literally just kind of agreed with me, Slick, because you had your id took over your ego.
I'm saying
And because
that
your id took over your ego, you had a lack of self control. But do you get what I'm saying?
I
now?
don't think it was.
No?
No,
Okay.
I don't think. I don't think it. I believe that people have phases in their life, and you have to master that phase. Then you move on to the next phase.
But that
you
okay,
had to
but
master the pussy buying phase.
I
That's
had-
crazy.
Even-
I was like,
even-
what things are we talking about right
But it's the desires of the people. Like even right now, okay, I got a 21-year-old cousin. I got a little cousin that just turned 21, and he said, "Cuz, why you ain't took me to the strip club?" I remember at his age that was a thing. I remember us being able to get into the strip clubs, and I remember I used to have it in my budget as to how much money I'm gonna spend in the strip club. Now I've never been into that shit. I don't even know where the strip club's at no more. Why? That's no longer my phase. That's no longer the things that I'm into. But that is an experience that I once had. I shared that experience. I mastered that shit. I did it until I didn't want to do it no more. I'm on to something else. I think that's how people move in their life. I don't think that I think that progress is marked by where you start. I think that once you start doing something, you're gonna do it until it's not necessary for you no more.
So what I tell my clients is you live, you learn, you grow.
Right.
That's a part of life. And I'm not saying that you're incorrect at all, Terrence. What I'm saying is that you let your id win a lot. And that's that's just
Like,
what
no shade.
but
The
that's just,
face of our new friend is just like,
but that's just what that and there's nothing wrong with that. It happens, but you learn from it and you grew from it. So
Right.
so now you ain't doing quick V's no more, whatever you called it, because
QBs,
you learned
QBs.
and you grew.
I thought that was
And
the channel where you bought shit at
you-
12 o'clock at night. Remember the QVC
Well, I mean, you could buy
channel?
something, but I don't think it's a channel. But you,
Shiza, what?
I think that for me it's just like I said, it's just I've never been like the type of person that feel like I don't think you can live life in a box. That shit sound boring. But I'm just saying that's just for me though. Like if other people want to go out, I feel like it's almost as simple as this. When you're a kid, right? I remember my parents would limit the snacks that we would have. Why? Because the cause and effect of just sitting around eating snacks, you're not gonna want no food. You're not gonna have the desire for food. You're gonna get big. You're gonna get fat. Whatever it is. But then, as you become an adult, you no longer have that person to tell you the effect of what you're doing. So you get to doing whatever it is, and then after you done ate eight boxes of honey buns, now it's well, I'm out of shape now. No, like you didn't realize what you were doing had a cause and effect to it.
But so here's the thing, though, and the thing about that, your idea is it's not a perfect system,
Right.
because some people fall into the QV thing,
Yeah.
and never come out. Some people fall into the bad dietary ideas, never come out.
Right.
So it's like it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. Like, yo, you just gonna do it until you don't stop till you get enough. And some people never get enough.
That's addiction.
You know what I'm saying?
But I think people.
I mean, but you could be addicted to.
That's
You can have
no,
addictions
literally,
to
you can
everything.
literally you have addictions to everything. That's why I tell people the 12 steps isn't just for drugs. Like that is I feel like the 12 steps can be done by anyone who has a problem. But the whole thing when it comes to addiction, if it's too much of something, then you might need to take a dial back and be a
Too
little
much
bit
of
more.
anything makes you an addict.
Honestly, yeah. If it interrupts your way of life, then yeah.
Right.
But not everybody has an addictive mindset or addictive personality.
You think they don't?
I said not every.
Miss, I want.
Not everyone has an addictive mindset or an addictive
If you
personality.
got 10 people, you think out of those 10 people, how many people you think don't got a addictive mindset to something?
Okay, so not everyone has an addictive
the Trinity,
personality.
Say about
Some-
eight or 10.
That's
8
Trinity.
out of 10.
So
The Trinity, right?
La Trinity. Yeah.
Right. Real quick. This is her first podcast, I believe, right?
Well, kind of my second.
Second
I've been
one?
on one, like an interview-ish type thing.
Okay, so you're in the room with a bunch of us. Just to put it that way. What have you heard so far? I want to go like to completion. Go ahead.
Well, one, I feel like the way that she thinks, I literally think the same exact way. So everything that she when y'all talk to her and y'all are like, well, I don't really think that. I'm literally understanding everything that she's saying. I feel like
Terrence got the finger.
Terrence, no, genuinely, I feel like y'all both be saying the same thing. You literally just say it in a different way. Like,
Right.
for example, when you were talking about the whole healing and how you don't understand it, you also went into saying, oh, when you were growing up, you were raised around aggressive women. Like, it's just been aggression. And you had to realize that you didn't want that.
Right.
That's what healing is.
Right.
I just feel like you an old head and you
I started with the old head. Is it the shirt? Yeah, I thought it was the shirt that made him old.
It's just the way it's the way he talks. And I'm talking about me actually being in a space with you one-on-one now. I've seen him perform beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like just the way that you speak, I could tell that you have a lot of knowledge. You've been through a lot of stuff. All of y'all, honestly. I could tell the way that you guys speak. You've been through something.
Mhm.
Y'all speak from it's coming from a place of
Experience.
exactly.
Mhm.
And I'm 21. I ain't got all the screws tightened or nothing like that. So I'm still loose. I'm still learning some stuff. However, I can definitely understand and take from each and every single one of you guys, like for sure.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, that's what's up.
Whoop, whoop.
I hope so.
More from
And
from Terrence,
and even like so my father taught me this, right? He was like, he's been married, he's been divorced a few times, and he was like, son, at the time he said it, he said, look, I don't know how to make a marriage successful, but I got all the information on how to fuck one up,
Mm,
and you're fucking one up.
mm,
So we're always looking for the great information, and sometimes how you get it wrong can be just as time saving as how you get it right.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we look at people who don't have that, how it worked, but they could tell you how it broke, and
mm,
and that could be just as instrumental in troubleshooting where you're at right now.
mm.
So when I'm hearing her, and I always had to say this, like, understanding and agreeing are not synonyms. They don't mean the same thing. So if I disagree with somebody, it doesn't mean I don't understand. It
Yeah.
means I understand
I just don't.
and I don't agree with your summation. Sure, I can hear that and I can get that, but I've thought some things through
Mm-hmm.
and I don't come to the same conclusion. I am not a professional. So,
Right.
I'm having my layman's argument with a professional, and I'm willing to admit that. Like, I don't have all the linguistic tools in the tool shop, in the wheelhouse and everything that she has. But when I look at the life that I've experienced, the life of the people who have experienced life beside me, um, and I hear perspective, just like you identify with her perspective, be, you have lived an experience that has correlation. So do he and I, except for that QB shit. So,
Yeah, that was crazy.
like, we're just gonna take that out.
That was
But
insane. How much? I'm sorry.
Oh, 40, girl. $40. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I mean, really, like I say, buying coochie got to be some of the worst shit anybody can do.
How much?
Thank you.
You are not answering the question,
I
sir.
don't know. I don't know.
At
Pull
2
the
o'clock
bank
in the morning,
statement
it
up.
is not about the price.
Yeah. It's definitely about the man. This porn ain't working.
Was it worth
Less
it?
than 100.
No, it's never.
LaShawn said you seem very mature for your age, Trinity.
Thank you. I get that a lot. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no. I don't know. Probably less than 100 for sure.
Was it worth it?
No,
But-
it's
Oh.
never worth it. Never worth
Okay.
it.
Less than
I think if what I definitely learned and grew from that, you better off just fucking the women. Either just find something new or fuck the women that get on
I
your
thought we
nerves.
knew this already.
I'm gonna give
But I think that's a problem with our society now. I think that we have this problem where every generation has to reinvent the wheel because we don't have enough of a cohesive community that somebody can get ahead of you and say, boy, don't waste your time doing that silly shit.
Mm.
Girl,
we do,
leave that,
but we
leave
don't
that man
listen.
alone.
At all.
I feel like we do have that. We have grandparents, we have parents, and they'll tell us, "Oh, da 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 da." Oh, and we, my mama always tripping, my daddy always tripping.
But we don't have the social, like, when you look at other communities, and we don't got to talk about white people, but we look at other communities, like, they're like, especially when I hear like Indian people, when they talk about their parents and they talk about their grandparents, it's almost like layers of authority that they still have to answer to as adults. I can't do this. You know what my mother would say? You know what my father's gonna say? My grandparents. These are levels of authority. We don't have levels of authority. The
Okay.
minute we turn 18, you grown and can't nobody tell you nothing.
Time out.
ahead.
So you know how I talk about overgeneralizing, right? That's what you just did. Because there are black people, because I'm one of them, that have parents and grandparents that my grandma was my girl, but I knew not to cross her. Cause number one, she was crazy, and number two, like, I looked at her as an authority figure. So
Mhm.
there are a lot of black people that have, like, I have a lot of friends that be like, "Ooh, girl, if my mama find out I did this, ass is grass." So we have that. It's just not what y'all see. So that's why I keep telling y'all that there are black people out here that are
here's the
doing
problem.
exactly what y'all don't
There
think.
has to be a level of cultural cohesion that insulates and reinforces those values.
But I think it's
It
class.
can't be. So we need to get rid of classism. But it can't be.
Okay.
It can't be your family is like that. Yours isn't. Yours isn't. Yours isn't. Mine is. It doesn't. There isn't enough
Right.
social consistency to create that understanding.
But
because there's more children, right, that are out there who don't have those levels of reinforcement than there are that don't. Now that's just
So
but-
here's
oh, go ahead.
here's the thing.
Go ahead.
There's in the black, I feel like the black culture is so beautiful because there are so many different classes, but the one that gets the most attention is the one that needs the most help.
Right.
Like we're looking at the broken family system and being like, that's all the black people right here. None of us got daddies. Actually, yeah, you know, we have 2-parent households. We have our dad in our life, and that's the part of the black people that is hidden. That's the part of the black race that we don't want to talk about because that's too much positivity. There are so many families that even if they're not together, they're well blended or they work as a team.
But that doesn't bear itself out in the
There-
math.
But
No.
and
What I'm
so
saying, I
because-
don't think you're really understanding what
I
I'm
do
saying,
understand
Jive.
because
Let me-
what you're doing is you're using the exception to negate the rule.
Let me-
No,
if we-
I'm-
if we-
Can I get in here? Can I
Go
get
ahead,
in here?
go
Because
ahead.
Oh, Cameron.
I agree with Lex. I agree with Lex.
Oh,
on this.
then go
Uh-huh.
ahead, talk.
I agree.
Damn traitor.
Yeah,
I was just agreeing with your
But
ass.
that's what I'm saying. I agree with
Minus
Lex.
the QB shit.
I agree with Lex because I talk to my dad and my mom every day. I talk to them every day. But I realize the reason I talk to them because just in me, I have a certain level of respect for them. Now I have siblings that will talk crazy about my parents. But also that is a decision that is on them. You know what I mean? They don't have respect. Like the levels of respect is not. It's not going to be a culture thing anymore because we're not. It's like you can't just throw rocks at people for not having the beliefs that you have anymore. We don't have. We're in a world now where everybody literally can be whoever the hell they want to be. It's no more shame
but
anymore.
that is the experience that we have, and we have a problem with thinking everybody is experiencing the world we're experiencing. And when you look at other cultures, when you look at Eastern thought, when you look at other schools of thought, they don't come to the same conclusions about life or about maturity that we come to. We think everybody thinks like we think. Everybody's coming to our conclusions. And when you look at other cultures, at a cultural societal level, you call it over generalization, but the science is societal level observation, then you see people come to different understandings because of cultural pressures that do not allow for these certain things. Like I forget which place in China did this, but they outlawed the color red on Valentine's Day because they rejected Western culture to that extent because they understood it's disseminating factors. It has this ability to turn people into hyper individualists. So they don't want that for their culture. They want collectivism. They want you can't. Your grandma can die of old age in an apartment somewhere, and nothing happens to you. Not in China, at all. You know who your parents go to? You, and that's law. Your parents are somewhere catatonic, pissing in their pants, and where are their kids? Because that's who's taking them. That's law. Because they have a different school of thought and a different understanding about social norms and social responsibility. We go, hey, the minute you're 18, then you start making up the rules as you go. And we have a culture of people who every family has different rules. That is not a culture that has any cohesion whatsoever. And class is not what culture is. Class is what capitalism extracts from communities and then re-puts back into it as something synthetic and contrived. Class is not how we naturally group ourselves together. Class is how we were taught to see ourselves in concert with our economic system.
Well, our culture was broken the moment we were
I
put
agree
on
with
those ships. So, and I don't know how to my be kind of incorrect sometimes, so forgive me. But our culture was lost a long time ago. When I look at the African culture, I get so jealous. When I look at the Samoan culture, so jealous. Okay, because it's like y'all have something that Black Americans will never have. Like,
But never is that's kind of damning. Isn't
okay,
it?
well,
I was
hey,
just
it is
saying.
a cat is a cat. I'm just saying, like our culture is slavery. Our culture is pain. Our culture is hurt. So that's what we have. And if you want to accept,
Y'all got
okay,
me cringing
but
over here, bro.
You cringe you cringe if I say boo.
No, but listen, but this what I'm saying, right? When we talk about culture, this room is a culture. The fact that we all come from different lights, different worlds, and can meet up at one place, that's culture right there.
No, it's not.
How is it not culture?
No, because
how is it not culture? If you want to do something, do you not know where to go at to go do it?
Yeah, but that's. I mean, we can have communion, right? And that's something isolated. But culture at a macro level, that's.
I feel like if anything that you want to do, there's literally people that you can go and do it with.
That's not culture.
It don't have to be your family. It don't have to be your who do you want to go do this shit with you?
So culture is more so like, okay. So have you ever seen the Samoan I probably saying it wrong, the haku or something like that?
And they do like the chants and stuff.
Right. Like they support their people through this, and that's their culture. That's what they do. Black people, we don't have what part of our culture
do we not have culture?
We cook collard greens. But what else?
Is that not enough culture?
So this is what I'm saying. Like, so cultures are, again, through cohesion.
Let me look it up.
Please let him look at the definition. You look it up and you let us know what it says.
Because I feel like, God damn it,
cultures have shared religion, shared history, shared textiles, shared foods, shared worldviews, shared. There's so many things that get poured into community to create cohesion.
Yeah,
it's not just I like shoes, you like shoes, we're sneakerheads. It's a culture. That's wild. It is a very cheapened way to view culture, right?
The Black American culture is more like, not trying to be, but real. Twerking, guns, gangs, like that's what the
hell yeah.
No.
What's wrong with that?
What?
See,
Terrence is the one we pray for.
No, I'm the one that's not upset. Like Shrimp tell me this all the time. I am in a place where I'm cool with the sky being blue. I'm cool with the shit being dark right now. I am accepting all this. I'm accepting the game for what it is. I'm not running around being upset that things aren't what we want it to be. This is a big ass world. Like, what the hell? I grew up with siblings, right? I'm the oldest out of 6 kids. And what I learned quickly is what don't belong to me and what I have control over. So therefore, when I hear people, well, this ain't like this and that ain't like that. What the hell? What the hell kind of world y'all? How much power y'all think y'all got? How much control do y'all think y'all have over things that have nothing like? You probably never have a control over these things. We'll never be in control over the culture of.
So that's the problem, right? Because if you thought that way, then there's no way that there's
I can't even hear you, and I'm sitting right beside you. You say what? But okay, it's almost like this, right? I remember I dated this country girl, right? And I'm learning her culture. She got a country culture, right? And
like the way you use it, it's like insane to me.
And cause the shit I'm learning her background, and all this shit is new to me, right? Like I've come from a place where all the vegetables I eat come from a grocery store, right? That's the culture I come from. So when I start dating this country girl, all her shit come from an actual garden, and this shit was delicious. Like it wasn't like nasty at all. Like this shit was like, I'm like, oh my God, like what the hell is going on?
You're talking about a lifestyle, not
is
a
that
culture.
Not a culture?
That's a lifestyle. That is a lifestyle.
Is that not culture?
Okay.
So people
you got
and
it.
Shit. Is that not? What is that?
No. So you can't have a culture by yourself. That's not. It's not a singular thing.
But we're talking about that wasn't by her. That's her whole like I remember going to another person's house and they had a garden in the background. I'd never seen a garden. This is not my culture right here. This not the shit that I come from.
Okay.
They literally they had a pet pig. They had a fucking pet pig in the back, and her whole family literally looked at me eating the fruit off the thing. And they was like, what's wrong with that boy? They looking at me crazy now. They're like, damn, what's wrong with that boy? And it's like, oh, he's a city dude. He ain't never been to the country. He ain't never been in a fresh garden before.
It's a lifestyle.
Exact. That is a lifestyle at that point.
It's not culture. It's a lifestyle.
Like cultures are like.
Now it could be it could be like, yeah, it's just a lifestyle.
Cultures are like the Day of the Dead for Mexicans, or when Indians put on the nice little gowns or
the
African
saris.
wedding, or African weddings or something like that. Or
But like when you see like again when you're talking about like when they like when coaches come together to do things like it's not just the dance that they're gonna do. It's the weeks of preparation. It's the dance. It's the rehearsals. It's the putting together the costumes and
I love the Chinese New Year.
doing the things to make the paint. They don't just go buy the paint. They go get the dang indigo and they go press and do all these other things because they're reaffirming their history through their participation with it.
So did y'all not see where those like it was like the Muslim holiday here was here? Did y'all not see that?
Are you talking about Ramadan?
Ramadan.
That is religion.
That is.
And
But
that's
is that
part.
not
That's a
culture?
part. It's a part of culture.
It's a part of certain culture, but that is a religion. So like if you go to Jordan, if you go to Middle Eastern countries, then yes, it's very much so a bigger part of Ramadan is huge because it's a part of their culture. It's their main religion, right? Here, you think you go up to a cell in the prison and then you come back home. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. It's just like, wait, calm down.
I say not to put her like on blast or whatever, but Hawa is Muslim. She does practice Ramadan, and I have been in the space with her for a week, and actually seen her practice it. It's very serious. They do not play about it at all. I'm talking about cleansed from the feet to the top of your head. Like, it is something very, it's like eye-opening, and honestly, it's very nice to watch. But yeah, like that goes into like religion. That goes into.
Is that not culture either?
It's a
It's
part
culture,
of culture,
but it's not. Not everybody
it's
can't
not
relate
Black
to it.
It's a culture. It's a cultural aspect.
Laws here.
It's a culture. It's an aspect of culture.
I'm
like
even looking at the
think about
culture, and this shit not.
Okay,
think about it like this. Think about it like this. Your car is not just tires, right? There's other aspects to a car that make it a complete vehicle, right? So religion can be the wheels, but what's the engine? What is the transmission? What is your cooling system? There are different things, and as you get deeper into a culture, you'll find that there are different aspects that contribute to the culture at large.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not just the clothes, it's not just the language, it's not just the practices, it's not just the religion. It's all of those things and other things that I'm probably glossing over that make a culture complete.
Hey, wait, hold on. So slow down for me. So is culture like a longer version of cult? Like cult is short for culture, right?
I mean, a cult,
are they not in the same place?
No. A culture is
Can I do the definition for him since I have it up?
Let's go.
Okay. So culture is a shared way of life for a group of people, including their beliefs, values, and daily behaviors. It is learned from family and society rather than passed down through genes, and it changes over time. You can learn more about these societies at whatever, right? So when you language.
What the hell?
So you still don't understand that? Like, nigga, I don't think I can help you.
No, I get what you're saying, but you literally just said society and lifestyle.
No, okay.
Did you not just say that?
But those are very generalized terms.
Oh,
I'm trying to break it down for you in a way that you understand, Terrence.
Can I read it? Can I read it? Can I read it? Can I read it? Can I read it off
I
your
just
phone?
read it to you, nigga. What are you talking about? Hold on.
Just let me read it one more time. Make sure I'm looking at it right, because I'm trying to make sure. Because y'all, I'm saying in my world, I'm saying everything is a culture. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying car clubs are cultures. If you're into that, you can find that. If you're into run marathons and shit is going on right now, they have their own little shit. You can get into that. And when the Ramadan shit was going on, I was like, boy, what the hell going on? Why is everybody? It's spring. It's hot as a motherfucker outside. Why is people wearing this? And then I had to learn the culture of what these people are doing right now.
I mean, because it is a part of their culture and not the entire culture in and of itself.
But
so Ramadan is not a culture; it's a cultural practice.
I'm saying that
amongst other practices that they have.
When I hear y'all speaking, y'all sound like people are starving for this. But I'm saying that people are going. They can, whatever pieces that make somebody, they can find people that also agree with this. You know what I'm saying? I have people that I meet through comedy, and they think just because we know each other through comedy, this is our one common interest. This don't mean we friends now. This don't mean that we can talk on other levels. This is the only area we meet at in our life. You know what I mean?
But you don't hear me say, I gotta find another culture today. Like I'm not gonna. I can't wake up and say that. Like because
But that could be a thing though.
No.
it can. It can.
It can definitely.
Yeah, but you, in order
Terrence.
to be in a part of a,
Terrence.
in order to be part of another culture, you have to immerse yourself.
Yeah, you
in
have
it.
to do the work.
You have to be in it, like you know what I'm saying, and you will be unrecognizable to your past culture.
Mhm.
You will come back. You will have different clothes. You will have different modes of thinking because you will have rationalized the group think that presents itself there. They come to different conclusions as a whole that are predestined by a bunch of things
Y'all
historically.
act like y'all
whatever.
ain't never seen a freak get clean, all right? I done seen it over and over. A freak can reinvent the wheel all she goddamn
She
wants.
changed her lifestyle.
And
It's
got
a
into
lifestyle
another damn
change.
culture and started practicing different
Oh,
shit.
it's a lifestyle change, Terrence. You're really upsetting me right
'Cause
now.
I'm just trying to figure out what do y'all. This is okay. Just dumb it down for me. Dumb it down for me. As dumb as this. As dumb
I
as
mean,
this.
it was like
I
one
don't think I
sentence.
could really dumb it
Just-
down any further.
Okay, well, just answer this question for me.
Okay.
What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to
With
do?
what, Terrence?
What, as far as the culture, what do y'all want to do? What do y'all
Have
want to do?
one.
No, okay, but what do you want to? Like how you say the people chant and get tattoos?
Huh? I didn't. Okay.
Whatever y'all was just saying with the hot, with the
Oh my gosh. I
So
whatever
you know
y'all
how
was
we.
saying,
So
whatever-
you know how we come together for Juneteenth.
Okay.
That right there to me is the most cultural thing that Black Americans have together that they can bond on,
Mhm.
that they can come together on.
And then expand out.
Yeah. So to me, if I wish that we had more, but we don't even know our origin name, because very seldom do we have a link back to our ancestry. It starts with the names that we were given for the most part. So our religion, what religion did we have before we came over here? A lot of times what I wonder that. I wonder like how would my life be different? Like what would my life be like if we never had to go through slavery, if my ancestors were not brought over here? That's how far would we have gone? How far would we have come? And it's just like that's my thoughts. And then cuz I told y'all the story when I got my hair braided at the African braiding shop. Their culture was so strong. They had their own food. They had their own drinks. They had their own language. And I'm sitting here like, you bitches, because like y'all have something that y'all have a sisterhood. That's to me, that's a sisterhood. That's a bond that I will never get to experience. And then even though we look the same, we have similar features. They still look at us like, you're American.
Yeah.
And they so I'll just be like, you know what, I take it. But I think that the African culture is it is beautiful. And even though I slick am a part of it, but I've been removed. It's like the fourth cousin that don't count no more.
I mean, so I mean, in to your point, and I 100% agree. Like when you look at their culture, you're seeing the reinforcing of hundreds, if not thousands, of years of what it took to get to this point. The difference between them and us is Black people in the diaspora are very unique in that we are the one of the only people on the planet who are literally creating culture in real time, but also having an economic system that is actively attacking any level that happens on. So when you start seeing our music, when you started seeing the way we dress, when you started seeing people starting to reassemble and create culture, and any part of it that was positive or valuable got sold off. Jazz was part of culture, blues, all these different things, country, all the things that we were doing to create communal recognition of our shared experiences, the way we were coming together, the way we practiced religion, even if it was Christianity, the way we practice it looks completely different than what you see in a white church, right? What do they say? High noon on Sunday is the most segregated hour in America because that's where we go to church and they go to their church, and never the twins shall meet. Like there is a difference because culturally we come to God differently based on the history that we're creating for ourselves. But the problem is that anytime we've done these things, there has been, we know what COINTELPRO is. We know what the bombing of the MOVE movement was. We know what happened with Medgar Evers. We know what happened with against the the Black Panthers. We know these things. These are attempts to create community that have been thwarted on purpose to keep Black people from having that sense of cohesion.
But
And
even
my
to
go
what
ahead,
she just, I'm sorry,
go ahead,
to
go
what
ahead.
she just said, it's like it was built off of hurt. Like it's built off of pain. Everything that we have that we can relate on is literally hurtful. Like,
Yeah.
and that's sad. And I feel like now I don't want to say it's our culture, but we have people who are welcoming and giving us their culture. Like for example, Juve's or like the party fest that be happening in Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. Like Haitian culture, Jamaican culture, just stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're so comfortable with giving, like letting us experience that
Mm-hmm.
because they want us to. Like honestly, you hear it, I hear it a lot.
I mean, I think there through the internet and through social media, there
Mm-hmm.
has been a diffusion of culture that has come both ways.
Mm.
But the problem with America is like for Black people, we've ingested a little bit too much Eurocentricity,
Yeah,
and we think we're the peculiar. We think we're the special ones, and that we
we
get
are.
to say what Black is and what Black ain't.
Yeah, not
And we start to, oh well, they Black but they average, it's different, and it's like, no, but it's not though. It is in its nuance, but the stuff that happened over here, it's not like it didn't happen in Africa. Africa was dissected down to the mile of colonialism. You see what I'm saying? So it wasn't like, I think there's two countries in Africa out of like the, I don't know, 80 of them that weren't officially colonized.
But
You
see,
see
But
what I'm
also,
saying? Like, so
this
go
what
ahead.
this what I'm gonna say. This what I'm gonna say because I
mm,
feel like I was just speaking on Black people earlier. What I will say when I do agree with y'all as far as culture go, culture is built with Black people is based on like building whatever we have right here and staying in like this safe space. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Staying in a safe space where we don't go out and discover a lot of shit. I remember my cousin was telling me this story about his baby mama was from New Orleans, and this was before GPSs was out. So GPS made it a lot easier for people to go out and venture and do whatever they want. But at this point, they're just in New Orleans, and he was like, "Take me to Bourbon Street." She was like, "Why you want to go to Bourbon Street? We cool. Where we at right here?" And so he go back years later after GPS came out. He go right where he went to her house. GPS Bourbon Street. It was 15 minutes away. But the culture of Black people is to stay in the safe space. Hey, whoa, what? You don't go over there. Be careful.
mm,
Watch what you're doing over there. Be careful. So I'm saying that the culture of Black people is a thing, but I think it's more of like a mindset than it is what we actually do.
so
okay.
our so it, when you think about culture, we often put it with culture appropriation, which is like if we see a white girl with with braids, we're gonna be
Mm,
like, she appropriating, right?
mm,
But when you think about it, Hindus, I have a lot of Hindu friends, and I'll be like, so I'm infatuated with saris, love them down bad. So I asked them, I'm like, so question, if I just want to start wearing saris, like, would that be appropriate in your culture? Like, would you be upset? And they literally looked at me and it's like, girl, why would we be upset? We
mm,
love seeing, people embrace our culture and wanting to learn about it and wanting to know about it. But then when it comes to Black people, we are so, I feel like because we never had our own, what we do have, we're so protecting over it and we don't want nobody else to touch it.
mm,
I agree, but I also kind of disagree. When it comes to braids, sometimes Black women get so like talked down on for the styles that we wear. It's so normal to, I guess, like straighten your hair or not have that curly hair. When you have protective styles like that, it gets seen as unprofessional. It gets seen as, oh, that's like childish. So when we see others appropriating or taking what we do have, it's just like, well, dang, we get talked about so badly. Why do you think that that is okay? Same thing for when white women or people wear bonnets. I understand that bonnets are a hair type of thing that protect us, but if we were to step out, it's
It's
like,
ghetto.
my point, if they step out, it's like, ooh, I want to get a bonnet. I want to get one like that. Like, and it's like the certain type of hair that you have to have when you get the bonnet.
You know,
You
I
know what I'm saying?
actually agree with you. I had braids not too long ago. I just took my
Hmm.
braids out, and I had this white lady come in. She was trying to give us cookies to use her as referral, right? And so my supervisor was in a meeting, so the admin goes, "Hey Alexis, this lady wants to talk to a counselor. Can you come outside?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, my next client don't come in for 10 minutes. Sure." I go out there, and I'm like, "Hi, you want to speak with me?" And she's like, um, "Are you a counselor?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a counselor. Can I help you?" And
Right.
so she's just like, "Oh," and her whole like the vibe was just so off, and it was like, "How could you be a counselor?" That type of vibe, and I was like, "No, this bitch didn't," and I'm gonna throw these cookies in the fucking trash. 'Cause
I mean,
I
but
feel
so,
like the
but it's
microaggression of like micro racism as well. That's a whole nother conversation. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like the way demeanors change when like they see who they're actually talking to, or when the person that they're talking to isn't who they expected.
like so. I mean, but that I mean, it goes to prove the point, right? So we have so little. Yes, we are hyperprotective. Like you have somebody whose culture is intact, and there's no amount of you wearing whatever that outfit is that's gonna take from her culture in a way that makes it unstable,
Right.
right? There ain't enough what is it, saris? There ain't enough saris you could wear. You know what I'm saying? But in black culture, there is enough, white people that can overtake. For
Put
I'm
it
old enough to
on.
remember that I thought rock and roll was white music, and I didn't have the historical context to know who, you know what I'm saying, who the grandfather of rock and roll was,
I
who the
just found
grandmother
that
was.
out.
Yeah,
Actually.
that's just what I'm saying. We're just now in this age being able to understand, but I was a kid thinking, oh, that's white people shit.
Yeah.
And we didn't know. I didn't know that grunge was not grunge, but
And
punk.
country.
Punk was our shit. Country, bluegrass, all of it. I had no earthly idea, but it was on purpose that we didn't know
In the hit on Beyond.
because it was the purpose was to keep you bereft of anything culturally identifiable to you. So Indians are 1.2 billion human beings in their country. Even with everybody that lives outside of the country, there's 1.2 billion in the country of India. That cohesion is doubled down to the nth degree. There are dang near more black people. There are comparable amounts of black people in diaspora than there are in the mainland of Africa. You see what I'm saying? So the cultural cohesion is fucked up. So yeah, I'm protecting. If you got $1,000,000 and I ask you to borrow $100, you know, man, you can borrow $100 whenever you want. What is $100? If
I ain't even got it on me right now.
It is very culture based out in all this area, right? Everybody, when you go to Wilmington Island, you think, oh shit, I'm probably gonna see some white people out here. You go to East Savannah, you be like, oh shit, I'm probably gonna see some black people out here. I see white people in East Savannah, I be like, what the fuck are you doing around here? Like, what the hell are you doing? But I will say this. Trying to get into other people's shit, I get bored. I don't know about nobody else, but I don't want to listen to no rock. I remember I was delivering on Wilmington Island, and I had my Drake blasting. I got my Drake blasting. I'm that type of delivery driver. You gonna hear my motherfucking music. So I got my Drake blasting. This white kid come and say, man, you listen to the wrong kind of music. You need to turn on some rock and roll. Like, nigga, you think I'm finna turn Drake off to turn some rock and roll on?
So
I'm not doing that.
To be fair, I would listen. Okay. So my
the argument isn't that you can listen what you want to. The argument is these are things that were a part of our culture that got stripped and now are unrecognizable to us. You see what I'm saying? And that was on purpose.
Terrence, you should go to a country concert with me. You would have
really
so much fun.
Like, I love all
Dan
of that
and Shay is my favorite.
Shut up.
Girl, I had front row seats to their concert when they came to Savannah.
Stop.
Because they didn't know Savannah, they would have the market they did. They're my favorite country band. And yeah, Terrence.
I'm not coming to no country
Yes, you are. We're gonna
That's what I'm saying.
It's
like,
so much
y'all
fun.
act like y'all, but even that, right?
Grab your partner, Dosey.
It's the fact that you can do that. Like, you can do that, and it's a culture of people around that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I went to a Don Tolliver concert. Y'all know who Don Tolliver is?
I don't.
and y'all don't give a fuck. And guess what? I went to a concert in Atlanta, and that shit was jumping. And I had to look around and see, damn, what kind of culture? It was a lot of white people in there. I was in that bitch. I was what they call it, the mosh pit. I was loving the mosh pit. I say, damn, the mosh pit kind of fun. I might need to do more white events.
So I have a question. Do you think that the Beehive is a culture?
Yes. You can get your ass kicked for talking about Beyonce.
You will.
That's what
so
I'm
you
saying.
Don't think it's a lifestyle?
No, bro. I'm saying even if it is a lifestyle, it becomes a culture. Okay. It becomes an era. It becomes anything that is done for an extended period of time in a certain type of way. It's a goddamn culture to me. That's how I feel.
But do you think the Beehive have an agreed upon belief system? They all have the same rules, the same beliefs. Do you think that?
Most definitely.
I don't.
If you goddamn,
I don't think they all have a set. I think they know they love Beyonce, but that's it. They don't have. They don't say we have to like Blue. We have to like every song. That's not a thing. They don't have a group of norms. They just know that they love the same thing, so that's why it's a lifestyle.
So because it's not rules and restrictions to it,
pretty much,
it makes it not be a culture.
There's no rules. There's no.
I remember. Okay,
guess what?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, right? Because I know we about to get up out of here. I remember, you know, y'all know I'm into my comedy and stuff. Wanda Sykes got a joke, and she says she's envious of the new generation of gay people. And she says she's envious of that because she remember at a time she had to prepare for the moment to tell her people she was gay. But now you fast forward, nobody, like, you literally don't have to even say nothing. You can be gay, bisexual, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do whenever the fuck you feel like doing it. And nobody ain't gonna say shit. So when we talk about culture, what are we really upset about? Like, what are we really, this shit is progressing whether we like it or not. And you better get ready. Like, you better be more accepting of it.
But
and
what you are saying is,
about
but you're saying, like, okay, first of all, sex and sexuality is not a culture. It's literally, say it one more time, it's a lifestyle.
But y'all was literally talking about the respect level. And what I'm saying is the respect. You were saying the respect level that other cultures have, we don't have it. And
we don't have it at, we don't, no. Okay, look,
I just don't know what y'all want.
So what about relationships? So let's talk about something that's.
We're about to get out of here. It is already almost 12 o'clock at night. We're going to have to do this. How did you like what you've experienced so far?
Y'all are a very entertaining group of people. I like being in your presence. It's very funny. I literally learn a lot. I love hearing different perspectives of, different things, whether we agree or not. However, it's just like, you funny. You a funny individual. Y'all be going at it. I can't. But I enjoyed my time. I really did.
So, we had fun. Yeah. It was real. It was fun. It was real fun. Click at the podcast. Your boy Jive English. You know what you're supposed to do. Like, share, subscribe. Do all the stuff that the dope kids are doing. You know how it gets down. It has been our pleasure. We'll see you very, very soon. You know how we get down. It could be tomorrow. It could be the day after tomorrow. It could be next week. I don't know. But we're going to be back. Right back at you, yo. It has been a pleasure. Y'all be safe. Drive sober or get pulled over. That whole thing. Peace.